Can you play it with the DualSense controller? Yeah. I'm playing with controller right now. So I actually... Yesterday I started my playthrough on keyboard mouse, and I do kind of want to try, like, keyboard mouse, but it's so... It feels... I don't know, it felt so weird. Our boss is harder with controller. I mean... Keyboard mouse is just more precise. Most of the top runners in this game use keyboard mouse. But I think there are some, like, top runners who use controller as well. Ah, look there. Something strange and sinister has suddenly appeared. It fills me with dread. I think it's best I try to ignore it. And fight Silksong in this game. Play with what's more comfortable to you, yeah. That's true. Alright, guys. So we made a lot of progress yesterday. I'm not sure... Like, I don't actually know where I want to go. I think we should go to Queen's Station. No, I haven't gone to Deep Nest. That place is horrible. Might as well start the Grim quest so you don't have to backtrack later. You know what? You're right. Can't believe how little we have to wait for Silksong at this point. Yeah. We're almost there. Hello, lady. Ah! You call us. You called us and we came. We came! You don't look scared. Why did you call us? It doesn't matter. Don't tell me. We came and I can smell something. Something deep below us. I want it. I want it. That charm. Beautiful. Most precious thing. Little lovely. Will you let me see it? Have to show it to me. No, I'm okay. Oh, why? Little lovely, don't do nasty things. Don't be cruel. Show it to me. That beautiful thing was made for me. I can smell it. Yeah, I'm not gonna give her that. I don't have the money for that right now. It costs like fucking thousands of money for that, I think. Oh, I should have talked to the accordion guy. So it was you who called us. Well met, my friend. Well met. I am Grim, master of this troop. The lantern has been lit and your summons heeded. A fine stage you choose, this kingdom fallowed by worm and root, perfect earth upon which our ritual shall take place. And you, my friend, your own part is far from over. As the lantern flared, your roll was cast, our compact written in scarlet fire. Eager we are to see you commence, but first, some illumination is required. Across these lands my kin now spread, harvesting that essence peculiar to my breed, the flame and dream. Seek my kin, claim their flame, and return it to me. Together marvels shall be achieved. But don't fret, small one, for this task you won't travel alone. My child shall guide you to the flame and gather within itself that burning essence. Like you, the child plays a key role in this task. Only with it by your side will the flame and my kin reveal themselves to you. Hello, buddy. Flame, seek it out. For master, for our kin.
Baba Kundala.
Yo, what's up, Domo? Have you played through Hollow Knight? No? Oh my, bro. No! Okay, sorry. Sorry, that was a little... You gotta play it, man. You gotta play it! Alright, let's go to Queen Station. Another person just... You will put at some point in time... Brother, what do you mean? Now is the perfect time. Silksong is 2 weeks away. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Wait, have you not played Hollow Knight Gen? What is going on, man? Guys. Just wants everyone to play it. Oh, man. I'm like the fucking town crier for Hollow Knight. I love this game so much. You're the town crier for Rain World. The dist who cried Hollow Knight. True. Oh, wait, I don't think I have... Oh, I need to take this off. Under 12% means no pantheons. No, you have to beat the... You have to beat 4 pantheons for 112%. But I plan on doing the 5th one as well. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I need to go back. Well, actually, I guess... I want to get the map for Fog Canyon. I think we could buy it at the shop. No, I haven't played the Pale Court. It's not a DLC, though. It's a... I mean, it's a mod.
Bapanada.
Wait, there's no map here, though. Wait, how do I get the map for Fog Canyon? I guess Cornifer is still there. Oh, it's locked until you get Shade Cloak. Really? We also need to get, the like, poison immunity. Which is in... I thought that's in Green Path, no? Or Queen's Garden? I think it's... Wait, it's in the sewers. Oh, no, no, no. You need Isma's Tear in Queen's Garden. Okay. Shit. Maybe let's go back down to the sewers and get that done. Am I sponsored by Progressive? I am. Well, I'm partnered with Progressive, I should say. Pay to chatter. What the? Oops. There's like a crazy skip you can do here. Like you can actually get through this. I think. Yeah, I think you have to like down pogo and then actually I don't know how you do it. You need dash slash. No, you can actually do this, but I don't know how you do it. Well, alright, I don't want to die. Wait a sec, this isn't even where I need to go, dude. Where the hell am I going? Does the sewer actually connect to the elevator shaft, or is that just like a... Oh yeah, it does. I tried a zero geo run. No, that sounds kind of rough though. Guacamole. I think I have. How much harder do you think bosses are gonna be? So, I don't know if Silksong is gonna be... I feel like the hardest content in Silksong is gonna be the DLC content post-launch. Kind of like how it was in Hollow Knight. But I mean... I don't know, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. For sure. It's just kind of my... I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some difficult stuff. Like Colosseum, for example, was difficult. Well, of course there's still... Oh. Of course there's still endgame stuff, chat, but like... You know what I mean, though? I don't know if we're going to have something like God Home in Silksong right off the bat, but maybe we will. That would be cool. I hope there's some, like, you know, difficult stuff. I mean, Path of Pain was, like, base game, right? So... Or actually, wait, was it? Might be wrong about that. I think it was. It was DLC? I was in the Grim DLC? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Figured I might be wrong about that. have higher risk combat when they said it was going to become a full game. Let's see. Doing all pantheons. Yep. That's the plan. What's over here? Wait, is this God home? Oh, wait. No. Ah, what a surprise. It's not often I receive visitors. It's been so long, ages even. I just hope my manners haven't left me. You've no doubt sensed my affluence. You're right to guess. I'm renowned amongst the upper caste of Hollownest. Well, I was, once, until those cretins cast me out. Have you met them, my former fellows? That's them outside, their bodies shambling around all mindless and empty, and I'm still alive to witness their pathetic demise. Oh, I'm just so happy. Fate can be a wonderful thing. Isn't life just wonderful? Ooh. No doubt this one will meet its demise at the nails of the city's guards. I'll outlive you too, little grub, as I did all the others. Whoa, lady. Make her unlive. I don't think you can do that. Oh, hello. Yo, what's up, Blue? Silk Timber. I don't really Is there a boss here? Oh, it's just a fight. Oops. Holy shit, I'm getting wrecked. This is an all-hit run. Okay, dude. Yeah, I'm playing on controller again. I don't know. I wanted to like do this playthrough on keyboard mouse, but I feel like I don't want my playthrough to just me be constantly complaining about not like I've played the game so much on controller, it's I get kind of like frustrated trying to do the fights on keyboard mouse. You want to borrow your binds? Yeah, if you want to send them to me, I'd. I was actually wondering if you guys like rebind stuff or not. Was there anything else I missed over here? You play with wonky mouse. Oh, you use your mouse for like attacking or for certain things. You do use mouse? Well, you can. I mean, the default binds don't use mouse in this game. Doesn't mean you can't, though. You have nail on left click, dash on first thumb button, spell on second thumb. Yeah, I really like using mouse, personally. I was thinking of rebinding it, but people in my chat were like, oh, I don't know if it's that good. But it felt like that would be more comfortable. I love using I love using my my like side buttons on my mouse for speedrunning. Like it's there's something about like using the mouse buttons that just works better for my brain. Like it just feels I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's just maybe try it off stream. What are you even talking about, man? Hold on. I'm going to go use the restroom, chat. Why not try instead of listening to chat? What? We're just talking, chat. We're just talking. All right, I'm back. Where the hell am I going? I mean, we have a Zelda's tier. I'm not sure if there's any. I don't know if there's any other collectibles down here. We still haven't done Fluke Marm. I don't remember where he is though. But yeah, I don't know if you're still here, Blue, but people have been telling me to play the Pale Court mod. I assume you've played that. The Suffering mod? Really? Zero Geo run. What's up, Monstaller? The legend himself. Yeah, I'm getting all the grubs. Oh yeah, I can go down here. I didn't have this before. Nobody's played with the vocalized mod. Yeah, I guess you could. People were telling me there's a mod that like voice acts all the characters, but I don't know, that seems kind of weird. Is it not like AI? Yeah, I was thinking about trying the Pale Court mod after I it's not AI. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Hey, Cactus. What's up? That's cool though. I mean, I think I'm still just, I don't know if I'm gonna do that mod or not, but same as everybody else waiting for 2 weeks. Yeah. I have Descending Dirt. Or, wait. Yeah, no, I do. Doesn't Buck have to play Hollow Knight now? I mean, he can do whatever he wants. I hope he plays it, but... Are you anticipating running Silksong? I want to try to run Silksong. I mean, the thing is, the competition for the game is going to be insane. I don't know if I don't know if I'll be able to keep up with, like, people who have been running Hollow Knight for fucking ages, but, yeah, no, I definitely would like to try to learn the 90% run and stuff, and I think it would be fun. I don't know. It was fun to run Wu Chang, so kind of had the itch to do more speed runs. Okay, dude, where the fuck is Fluke Marm? I'm not in the right spot, but I don't remember. I haven't really speedran that many, like, platformer games. But honestly, chat, the thing about speedrunning is it all just comes down to, like, how motivated you are and how much you, like, practice. I mean, obviously there is, like, you know, your natural talent and, like, how quickly you can learn stuff makes a difference too, but I don't know. A lot of people see... Oh, here it is. A lot of people see speedrunners and they just, like, assume they just got that good, like, overnight or something. Yeah, I mean, it is just repetition. For sure. Right, we can probably just nuke this guy. Can you not... That guy died so fast. Shaman Stone with dark magic is just so stupid. I mean, in the speedrun, I'm pretty sure this guy dies in like 1 second. Honestly, that's like most of the boss fights in this game, in the speedrun. I didn't miss anything in there, did I? We got... Oh, I think we got everything. Enemies are squishier if you never upgrade your nail. Well, apparently it's the dream bosses, I think. Chat was saying. Like the dream bosses scale with your nail damage. Oh, does it use a dream essence every time you use the dream gate? Never noticed that. All right, well. Oh, you know what? We can actually go. Let's go to Dirtmouth. Well, we just got raided by Bach as well. Might be why we have a bit more viewers, but yeah, I don't know. I don't look at my view count. I mean, everybody and their mother's gonna be playing Silksong. I don't imagine my viewership is gonna be crazy or anything, but quite frankly, I don't really care. I am just so excited to play the game. Isn't there a grub over to the side here? Rescue half of the imprisoned grubs. Could have done the skip here, but no point now. Thoughts on this compared to 9 Souls? I don't know. I mean, I liked 9 Souls. Did an RE9 demo release? No, I think people were able to play it at Gamescom though, right? Can you backseat? Yeah, I mean I've played. This isn't like a first playthrough or anything. I don't. Where the hell's the last one? Man, jumping after you bounce off this is kind of awkward. Why'd you get an achievement? I reset my achievements just for fun. Is it the last playthrough? I mean, before Silksong, yeah. Not as good at me, as good as you are. I'm not. Maybe I shouldn't be reading chat while I'm face tanking jellyfish. I'm not that good at this game. I'm okay, but yeah, you can reset. Wait. Oh, wait, is there? Hold on a second. I'm reloading this room. Is that a bomb on the ground? Oh, that's what's happening. I was like, what the fuck? Like, why am I actually blowing up right now? Oh yeah, Blue, I was asking, holy shit, I might die here at this rate. Have you played the Pale Court mod? Oh, I didn't see that. Dude, that was like hidden behind the background, man. Dude, why didn't I put... What shit? Can I go through Fog... Man, I don't know Fog Canyon that well. Once you finish 112. Yeah, that was my plan, was to do it afterwards. Stevie Wonder would have seen that. Okay, well, we're here, but dude, I need to get my Geo back. It's pretty short. Oh, what am I doing? Fuck. How do I get up there? Can I go this way? Go from Dirt Myth. That's... Oh, I need Shadow Dash for this room, don't I? I don't have Shadow Dash. Oh, wait, no. I'm... Swim... Oh, you can swim under it. Oh, so there's 2 ways to go through this. Wait. Or do you mean some... Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean swim under it? Fuck. Okay, dude, I don't know. I'm just gonna go back and do the other way. The thing is, Crossroads has... I guess if I go up... I guess I just gotta go up and around. Dude, I'm getting fucked! I don't want to lose my Geo. This won't work? Oh, no fucking way, dude. I should have went to Dirt Myth. God damn it, man. Who says it like that? What do you mean says what? Dirt... Is it Dirt Mouth? Are you talking about my pronunciation? Hidden wall that leads into a room with a charm. What the hell are you talking about? Well, we could do this fight. I don't have fragile strength still. I mean, if I die here, I don't... Oh, wait a sec. Is this not where the... Now I'm even more confused. I thought this is where the Forgotten Knight was. Is that what his name is? The... Dude, I'm so bad with names. The fucking... The dream... Oh no, that's in the... That's above his arena. No, you're right, you're right. Listen, It's been like 5 years, chat. I'm struggling. Yeah, kinda. These guys are tanky. It's cool to see you be bad at a game. Whoa, man. All right, I'm an expert. Okay. Now, dude, you guys are crazy. I was good at Battlefield, okay? I was like top fragging all the time, man. Why are you posting copium? It's true. Playing versus 12-year-olds. Oh, okay, man. That's not my fault. It's not about frags. Yeah, I know, but I'm an objective player, man. Rip flower quest. What do you mean what do you mean rip? Where the hell is my soul? Oh, the bomb blew it up. I freaking hate this room, chat. This place is horrible. Can't hit their feet. Oops. Oh. Oh, there's a notch here. Why am I going back this way? Okay, I think we got it. I think we got everything we need here. I think it's just the notch. Farm notches don't count towards completion. Oh, really? Yeah, it's weird how the percentages work in this game. Like what's tied to it. Okay, well this is going towards Umu. I don't know if there's like a grub or something back this way though. Am I using a completion list? No. Oh wait, no, this is the path to Umu. Where the fuck is he? Did he... It's so weird. It sounded like he was to the left. Well, I guess he is to the left, but up. Hey, buddy. Oh, as odd as much of hollowness can be, there's a whole new level of strangeness about these caves. Do you see that dark gate below? It's quite unsettling to be near. I did my best to avoid it. Fortunate for me, I found another route in, though I did end up a little singed after wading through some acid. Thank you. There's a large building just below here, out in the middle of a lake, and a marvel to observe. I tried to head in, but it's become a nest for those slimy, see-through creatures. Oh, they're just so gross, and they give a nasty shock to touch. Hollow nest? Hallow nest? Alright. Oh wait, there's a guy I could talk to there. Doesn't this kingdom just abound with surprises, building atop an acid lake? Despite the sight, I can't help but feel familiarity. Something stirs in my mind, though I can't yet tell what. I'd thought it my lust for discovery that led me here, but now there seems something else. This building beckons me. I can feel it calling. Dare I head in? Oh, there's a grub in this room? Oh yeah, you have to go... Wait, I think you just... Don't you crystal dash across here? Hey, buddy. Time for the legendary 5-cycle Umu. Let's go. What do I want to put on? Fluke Nest is still like really good on current patch. Wait. Is it on current patch? I know there's like the glitch where the hitbox stays active or whatever. I don't remember if that's on current patch. It's funny how current patch is actually like still so good for the run. Yeah, I already have the spell charm on. I feel like Shaman Stone is just a... Like, you just want it in every single build. Is there any collectibles on the way to Umu? Not dying to this boss? I mean, probably not. Not that hard of a fight. We also have the dark fireball, whatever the hell it's called. Oh, whatever, good enough. Yeah, I started learning the any percent run. I don't know if I ever actually got the one cycle on this guy, though. I got the movement down, kind of, for, like, how to position him, but... Oh, it's a 2 cycle. No, yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't think I ever got the 2 cycle down. Something glows within the tank. Did she call you too, then? I realize it's no coincidence we arrived together. Though much of my memory is blank, this place I recall. Within these chambers, the teacher sought to store the kingdom's knowledge, and at its core, she stored herself. Save hollowness, the teacher willingly became a seal, but upon herself she enacted an additional protection. Though I cannot recall its happening, I played a part in that feat. Called me here now to reverse that protection, all in aid of you. That was before the current setup. Yeah, I was a few years ago, so I'm not sure. Was that not a 2 cycle? Yeah, but I mean, I have way more damage than you would have in the any percent run. Because I have dark... I don't know what the name of the spell is. I have like the dark fireball. Then not. Yeah, I mean, I thought you meant when the game came out. Oh, no. I never actually, Shade Soul, yeah. I never actually, like, grinded the fight that much when I was learning it. Like, I was decent at the fight. I could normally get, like, a 3 cycle. Yeah, it was okay. I wasn't that serious about running any percent. I mainly just, I like relearn the run just for fun. I don't know, it's kind of daunting trying, like, you know, if you have to put in so much time. I didn't dupe the dreamers, yeah. You have to put in so much time to actually get good at the any percent run. I mean, even more so for the longer categories, I'm sure. Hey, Secretion, thank you for the 44 months. The madam's life is extinguished, and with it, her seal breaks. It's a heavy thing you attempt, but I've seen your prowess up close, and she too believed you capable. Be on your journey then, and allow me rest a time. With the deed complete, I begin to feel my age. Why 112%? Well, when the game first came out, it was just 100%. But the DLC updates for the game added more content. And now it's 112%. When you use the Dreamer here, that doesn't affect. Does that like reset your Dream Gate, or can you still Dream Gate teleport out of here? What's up, Pritic? Damn, that's super useful then. trying to think where I want to go now. I mean, we have more of Fog Canyon to explore, I suppose. Oh wait, we're right here. I don't need to teleport. Oops. I'll be honest, I don't really remember this part of Fog Canyon at all. I don't know where I'm going. Is this the Queen's Garden? I assume it kind of has to be, right? God, my nail is so long. Oh, is this where you get the scream? Oh yeah. Nice. This spell is so good. Especially once you get the frickin' upgrade for it, it's like disgusting. See that he swapped controller. Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to learn keyboard mouse, but I don't know, man. Controller is just so much more comfy for me. Where do you get the Shadow Dash upgrade? Isn't that somewhere in Oh wait, isn't it where the tram... Isn't it like the bottom right? Oh, it's the Abyss. Which... What is the trigger for getting into the basin? To the Abyss? Oh, from Hornet 2. Okay, I see. And I can't wait to get lost again, dude. How far along am I? We're like decently far, but not that. I don't know. We still have a lot. You're doing it right now. Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. Like I'm kind of lost, but I still. But you know what I mean, though. Like, I still kind of know what I'm doing. What was the Steam notification? Nah, I don't know, man. Probably should just teleport it back. Okay, wait. Where did I go on the map? Actually, let's take that off. Honestly, dude, I still like having the compass in this. Oh, okay, that's where we were. All right, you know what? Let's go do Hornet 2, I guess. I mean, we still have a lot of the game because I mean, some of the fights are gonna take me a while. Like if I do all 10 Zotes, that's gonna take a little while. Same with all the Dung Defenders. And then of course the Pantheons are gonna take some time, especially Pantheon 5. I'm gonna have to get to Pure Vessel, then practice him, and then get to Absolute Radiance, and then practice him as well. Yeah, I mean, it's not... Like, I mean, I've done it before. I can definitely do it again. It's just... You definitely need... Like, I'm definitely gonna need to unlock the fights. I'm not gonna be able to, like, first try P5. Well, I mean, maybe I could, but I don't know. It's been so long. Pure Vessel will be open from P4. Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, when I did Pantheon 5 before, I beat it first try. Well, I mean, technically not first try, but like, I made it to Pure Vessel, practiced him, and then I made it to Absolute Radiance, practiced him, and then, you know, after I had practiced, I just beat them. I beat them both. Or I did like P5 first try. Isn't that 3 tries? Yeah, but I mean, it was the first attempt after having practiced, is what I mean. Oops. Actually, you know what? That's not... that might not be true. I think I did actually die to Markoth once. I might be wrong about that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Hollow Knight bosses aren't too bad overall. I mean, Pure Vessel and Absolute Radiance are pretty dangerous, though, just because they do 2 damage. Silksong having complex fights will be sick. Yeah, I hope... You know, I was saying before, like, I wonder how much, you know, super difficult content we're gonna get. Because, like, most of the hardest stuff in this game is DLC content, right? Oh, did I miss the bench? Wait, where's the... Oh, right, we gotta go up. Yeah, I saw that they basically had to release the game because they just couldn't stop making stuff. But they're gonna keep adding more after the game releases. I mean, it's nice to see a developer that, you know, can just do their own thing. Like, they're just slowly cooking away and they don't have publishers, like, or shareholders, you know, pushing them to release the game in an unfinished state. a lack of communication. I mean, it's kind of nice that Team Cherry's kind of like private because, you know, well, I guess reviewers are obviously going to have copies of Silksong. But I kind of miss the days, chat, when a game would release and nobody would know anything about it. And now, no, oh, really? They said, oh, thank God. Dude, oh my God. It's like so annoying when a game releases and fucking, like, you already have YouTubers posting every single boss fight in the game and they've already put in like 100 hours in the game, and I don't know, man. It's just, I hate that shit. Like, I just like when everybody can just play the game at the same time. Like you with Night Rain. I mean, Night Rain is like not really, I don't know. I didn't feel bad about playing Night Rain off stream because it's a game that you're inherently meant to replay like a lot. It's, I don't know. At the same time though, chat, if I get early access to a game, like, well, and I can stream it, I'm still gonna play it. I still prefer when everybody gets access at the same time, though. It's okay if I do it. I'm not saying that. But, yeah. Dude, it's just a game. It'll be like 2 days into a game's release and people are like, have you seen Ung Ball's no-hit run of every boss? Like, dude. I'm still doing my first playthrough, man. So you'd pursue the deeper truth. It isn't the one the weak could bear. Prove yourself ready to face it. I'll not hold back. My needle is lethal, and I'd feel no sadness in a weakling's demise. Show me you can accept this kingdom's past and claim responsibility for its future. You're speedrunning by like day 3 or 4. That's not really true. Okay, let's stop face tanking, maybe. Shaw! Oh, you can actually shoot though. Man, she's so fast with that. Oh my God, I'm getting her. Well, I do 1,000,000 damage. Bully the new protagonist. Oh, she's our friend. So strong. You could do it if you had the will. Could you raise your nail once knowing its tragic conception and knowing yourself? Then do it, Ghost of Hollownest. Head onward. Burn that mark upon your shell and claim yourself as king. When all websites copy-paste the same false information about quest lines. Yeah. There's been times with like new releases and I'm trying to figure out something and all chat does is spam some like fucking AI article that like doesn't even fucking know what they're talking about. It's like, it happens. Always chat's fault. True. Hollowness shall recognize a new ruler. The kingdom's gates will open. Alright. Time to teleport out of here. Actually, wait. Is there anything... No, I think there's just like a cutscene. Oh shit. Wait, I'm getting messed up. Am I dead? No, this... I didn't know you actually took scripted damage there. Can that actually kill you? You don't take scripted damage. Okay, well... Alright, well, you can take damage there. Have a good night, Cactus. It probably can't kill you. If I had to guess. Alright. Well, we should probably go down to the abyss, right? I suppose, and then we can get Shadow Dash. Then we basically have everything. There's something to be said about going in blind on media. Yeah. Why don't you lock your FPS so your GPU doesn't struggle? I mean, my PC isn't loud at all right now. Yeah, we can get upgraded Shriek. Wait, do we have enough for this? I don't think so. Oh. What is it, 1200 for this? Oh, 1800, jeez. So expensive. You won't even talk to your broke ass. Oh, wait a sec. Should we... Do we have the blue... Oh, I don't know if we have all the blue charms. We have one of them, but I don't... No, I think that's... I think you just need 2, right? I don't think that's enough. I guess we'll have to come back and do this later. Well, there's a few different ways you can do it. Like, you can also actually just get extra blue hearts from, like, one of the cocoons, I think. And then you can come here, but you don't need to obviously avoid getting hit. I have fragile heart. But I don't... Do I have enough charm notches for that? Wait, how much is fragile heart? Oh, I do actually have enough. Yeah, I guess we could overcharm as well, that's true. Holy health bar. What is overcharm? Yeah, you can like jam in an extra charm more than you have the capacity for. Oh. But you take double damage if you do that. Ta-da! Place is so pretty. Is there a grub or anything in here, or is it just the talisman? Oh, an arcane egg. That's like the most expensive item you can sell, right? Missable too. I think I found it. Nice. Hey, Imperium of Ash, thank you for the 64 months. You remember reading Reddit threads about people trying to get back in after they missed it? I mean, it's just money anyways, right? It's not that big of a deal. I don't remember if there's anything, like, along the midway point here. Maybe there's, like, a collectible or something. Just Geo. Yeah. Mid-game is confusing if you don't know where to go, what to do, yeah. Can't wait to be confused in Silksong. Right, we got our Scream. Abyssal Shriek, I think it's called. This spell is super good. Oh, wait a sec. We can go... Or wait a sec, is it? Do you need something else to break through the floor here? Oh, jeez. King's Soul, yeah. What category did I used to run? I mean, I only really ran the any percent, but I was never really that. Oh, oops. I was never really that good at, like, any percent. I didn't run it that seriously or anything. Controller player. What the? Honestly, controller's fine for this game. It's really not that bad. Apparently one of the top runners for this game uses like a fight stick. Alright, so we have iframe dash now. I think we got everything we need here. Hidden room and ceiling. There's a hidden room here? Okay. Oh yeah, where the light is. Is there anything you can do here, or is this just like an imprint of Abyss given form? I guess it's just the lore. It's for the Hunter's Journal, I see. Oh, you can't dream nail out of here. Huh. Is that like unique to the Abyss? Oh, yeah, because there's the cutscene at the top right when you climb back out. Yeah, that makes sense. Be able to warp out? Well, you can't. You just walk past her. Ghost, I see you face the place of your birth, and now drape yourself in the substance of its shadow. Though our strength is born of similar source, that part of you, that crucial emptiness, I do not share. Funny then, that such darkness gives me hope. Within it, I see the chance of change. A difficult journey you would face, but a choice it can create. Prolong our world's stasis or face the heart of its infection. I'd urge you to take that harder path, but what end may come, the decision rests with you. Oh. Oh wait, no, I think I could teleport out, chat. I was just pressing the wrong button because I'm a fucking dent. Oopsies. All right. Yeah, I wanted to talk to Hornet. True. You fixed that video? You fixed it. I liked your Ascend impersonation. What is his name? Gorm? Gorb. Yeah, Gorb. Alright, we still have all of Deep Nest. And we have Queen's Garden. I guess we can go to Queen's Garden. Because at Queen's Garden we could get the love key as well. Which will then let us see the grubs, which would probably be kind of useful. Have I done the Pantheons? Not on this playthrough, but I have in general, yeah. You guys are kind of tanky. Yeah, Pantheon 5 is tough, for sure. He first tried them technically. I never said that. I have some I have another YouTube channel which I've never shared, and I made like tutorial videos for stuff when I was like 12 years old, and it makes me cringe every time every time I go back. Share it? No. You're never gonna find a chat. For what games? It wasn't for like games, it was for like modding stuff. I used to do a lot of like modding on like Xbox and my like iPod and all that stuff. I used to spray paint Xbox controllers, aka jailbreaking, yeah. Tiny warrior, then you two come to test yourself against that traitorous tribe. Oh, cool kid. I don't know about that. Deadly bunch they are that roost within these glades. I'd once have stayed well clear of them, but your actions have shown me the truth of it. We must face down our fears or be defeated by them. We both make it through. We can swap stories of our adventures. I'd look forward to that. Stay alive, my friend. Whatever you seek in here, I'm sure that tribe won't look lightly on our intrusion. Nah, you're not gonna find it. Because the thing is, you're not gonna know it's me. It's not like I sounded like a fucking, you know, like a squeaker, man. Sounded okay, chat. Yeah, very funny. It's like pirate software. What the? Cornifer's here. Hello. Isn't this just the most intriguing place? So many discoveries waiting to be made. We're about to set off ourselves, though we can't seem to agree on which way to head. It's led to something of an argument between us. We should really stop squabbling about such petty things. True. Have you heard of Hollownest Queen? Apparently these gardens were once her retreat. Now some vicious types are crawling all over the place and the plants have grown wild. As inhospitable as it is, I've enjoyed my travels here. Care to see my efforts? I would love to see your efforts, Cornifer. Acquire a map of each area. Oh, nice. There's a stag station at the heart of these gardens. I would have taken my rest there if someone hadn't gone and locked the door. Oh, there's Venture. Did Timothy Chalamet have an Xbox controller mod channel as a kid? Maybe. Have I beaten this before? Giant king statue. And the bench. Oh, you just mean in the background, like the art? Do we need the FPS counter in the corner? Dude, it's so tiny anyways. No, I didn't do Path of Pain yet. Oh, isn't this where the love key is? I think it's this way. Aha! You guys are tanky, man. Hey, Requiem Law, thank you for the 104 months. Thank you very much, man. What the hell is this? Corpse of a mossy vagabond overcome with infection. I am not falling down there. Hi, buddy. There. I don't know if there's anything else over this way or not. Maybe a wanderer's journal? No, I don't think so. The Mr. Mushroom ending cutscene. We could. Have I played Steel Soul? No. Yeah, the love key is super useful. You know, how many different ways are there into Deep Nest in this game? I feel like there's so many. Did I really not get all of them? Oh my god, wait, I'm almost dead. How the heck did I miss that? Have I done the B area yet? No. I moved before it spawned. Oh, okay. That makes sense. What about Coliseum? I mean, we're gonna do everything, don't worry. We're gonna do it all, chat. Holy. Is that it? Okay. That actually... thought I might die there. What's Silksong? What the... Hey, Ramsham, thank you for the 500 bits, man. Oh, isn't this where you take the flower? Here sleeps the trader's child. The quest isn't that bad, chat. Where the hell is this? I know that it's like hidden behind the boss room or whatever. Hello, little guy. How much essence do I have? Like 1,000. All charms, part of 112%. Yeah. Whoa, we ducked under it. I wonder if picking up the item actually does make your hitbox smaller. Aha! Alright. Explored this area pretty well. I guess there's the path up that we didn't take. And I guess the path... I think Queen's Garden also leads into Deep Nest, right? So... yeah, I will be right back, chat. Armu. Oh, the queen. The queen is coming. I've been waiting so long and now she's almost here. I feel like I'm about to burst. Kept it safe, the sacred garden. I've kept it safe for all this time and soon the queen will return and teach me to fly. Shall we wait together, stranger? Shall we play together? Apu. Oh my god. This freaking fight. Oh, stranger, you're strong, much stronger than me. Been waiting a long time, stranger. I've been fighting a long time, stranger. I'm very, very tired. The queen will be here soon, and I just need to sleep a little. Wake me when the queen arrives, stranger. Perhaps the queen will teach us both to fly. That would be fun, wouldn't it? I died to this fight a few times, I think. Unlike my first playthrough. And I don't think I realized that there was... On my first playthrough, I just fought him right away. And I didn't realize there was a bench. Okay, wait, where does the pathway up go? Re-sprayed controller. Not anymore. I don't use Xbox controller anymore. I used to for the longest time actually, but when I started playing the Souls games, I stopped using Xbox because the D-pad, I really didn't like. I don't like the D-pad positioning. Cloth. Can you I don't think you can beat this guy quick enough to save her, right? I think it's like scripted. Oh, Jesus. Having Shadow Dash is kind of nice. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. I should have said a Dream Gate. I should have said a Dream Gate, dude. This fight is actually kind of dangerous. Like, it's not that hard of a fight, but... I'm descending dark. Yeah, true. I think we gotta go this way. Wait, it's this way, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a simple fight, but he does kill you pretty quickly. Dash every attack. Yep. I'll be honest, I forgot he did that AoE attack. Oh my goodness. Going for all hit percent. Going the right way? Nope. I was gonna say, this doesn't seem familiar. Can you... No, you can't. Did they patch it to be harder? Patch what to be harder? Did I used to run this game? I ran any percent for a little bit, but I was never very good at it. I didn't run it very seriously at all. Weird how they... God, holy shit, I'm getting destroyed, chat. If I try to run Silksong? Yeah, I would like to. It's fine. I don't care. Alright. Teleport back. It is a simple fight. I just keep panicking, man, okay? I'm scared. Dude, what is happening? I'm dodging. Oh. Okay, just lock in. So sad. It's so bullshit you can't save her. Cloth doesn't deserve this. Can you dream nail her? Oh, yeah, you can talk to her. Now, that was something, a true battle of mighty warriors. So intense, so climactic. It's really everything I could have ever hoped for. Thanks for all your help, my friend. For a tiny bug, you set a valiant example. We'll meet again, I'm sure of it. Okay. Be on my way soon. Nola is waiting and I'm done down here, just savoring the moment a little longer. Maybe we'll find Cloth in Silksong, chat. I wonder what if any NPCs are gonna make a return, actually. Hornet? Yeah, no. No way, dude. Oh, one arrives. Far it walks to find me. Did it seek my aid, or did the path carry it by chance to so pertinent a place? It is true. True that you were awaited. No, perhaps that is inaccurate. True, one like you was awaited. I have a gift held long for one of your kind, half of a whole. When united, great power is granted, and on the path ahead, great power it will need. Hey Bob, thank you for the 35 months. Taken the white fragment. Face the gendered child. She's a fierce foe, strong in mind and body, striking reflection of her mother, though the two were permitted little time together. I never begrudged the worm's dalliance as bargain. Dalliance? Never heard that word. In fact, I feel some affection for the creature birthed. If your paths were ever to align, I imagine you might gain yourself a powerful ally. Within my roots, the weakening of the vessel I plainly feel. Only two obvious outcomes there are from such a thing. The first is inevitable on current course, regression, all minds relinquished to that pernicious plague. The second I find preferable and would seek your aid in its occurrence, replacement. I implore you, usurp the vessel, its supposed strength was ill-judged. It was tarnished by an idea instilled, but you are free of such blemishes. You could contain that thing inside. I'll offer fair warning, the vessel may itself be weak, but it is much empowered by that force within. Claim its role requires strength of some magnitude. Prepare yourself well before attempting the task. Prepare well, but don't dally. Were the vessel to break prematurely, that plague would unleash with rage and power built of ages chained. Okay. Well, where do I want to go now? I guess we have the lower... Oh, you know what? We can actually just quit out. That'll take us to the bench. Unless there's something I missed, but I think we got everything. We should probably go to the Tower of Love. Before you rang the bell, I'd almost forgotten the station existed. It was not often used by the common bugs, being a well-guarded retreat for our late queen. Even as overgrown as they've become, these gardens are still beautiful after all this time. Sure, the queen would be happy to know that. Eager to travel the Stagways? Just hop upon that platform, give me the signal, and we'll soon be on our way. I guess once I find the one in Deep Nest, I'll unlock... I don't know, I guess you have to unlock like all of them before he gives you the... What is it, like the stag station? Like the hidden one. Alright, well we should probably go to the Tower of Love. Although we do... I think we have enough pale ore for another upgrade, right? Yeah, we have 2 pale ore. We could go to King's Station and sell our stuff and then get the upgrade our... Yeah, let's do that. We can rest at the bench here. Or we could just teleport. I guess we can set a teleport. A little faster than quitting the menu, I think. There's like a specific spot you can crystal dash all the way across, I think. A specific spot on the wall. Oh, wait a sec. We went... Oopsies. Hold on a sec. Go sell our stuff.
Velmi Ardred. Warasun Gian. Velmi Ardred. Velmi Ardred.
Have you heard the saying about stone journals? If danger lurks close by and your nail has dulled with wear, just swing your journal at your foes with blunt and deadly flare. Good one, isn't it? And accurate. They sure have a heft to them.
Velmi Ardred.
It'd be funny if you could use the journal as a weapon.
Warasun Gian. Velmi Ardred.
Tell me, Artrid.
Oh, Paul.
You're a talented collector, alright. The best I've met. If you keep at it, I worry I'll run out of space in the
Velmi
shop.
Ardred. Oh, Paul.
Arcane egg. This is an ancient thing. These relics are the prize of my profession. There's knowledge hidden within, though it's very difficult, painstaking work to extract. One large understanding can be gleaned, though. The civilization may claim itself the first, but something else did exist within this place before Hollownest. Each egg offers a narrow glimpse into that forgotten age.
Velmi Ardred. Kachale Liasok.
A rare chance to own 2 of these. I'll be the envy of all my colleagues, though my purse is feeling much lighter for it. These eggs are the most desired find from time before Hollownest, but they're not the only remnant of that age. You may have come upon them, those old statues that seem a store for soul. They too prove its existence, though in a larger, cruder form.
Helmadelka.
How many arcane eggs are there in the game chat? I don't think there's very many. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, so if you have double jump chat, you can go up here and just crystal dash straight to the guy. Pretty nice. Oh, you've returned. I see you have some pale ore, a rare fine metal that. Give me the ore and some geo for my efforts, and I'll reforge your nail to make it stronger. 2,000. That's pretty expensive. As you wish, I'll get to work then. Yeah, I got the arcane egg in the blue place. Here we are, the reforging is complete. I've modified the nail to spiral form. A very tricky task it was. You'll find it stronger than ever before. Off you go now. Cut your way forward. Alright, I think that's everything we need. Can upgrade one more? No. You use 2 pale ore for that upgrade, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah. Right. Okay, yeah, we want to do Tower of Love. Go down there. Thoughts on peeling apples before eating them? I mean, whatever makes you happy. Oh, I can't actually go in through here. I have to go across and then up. Thoughts on eating only the peel. My same thoughts, man. Do what makes you happy. You know? No, I only did the first Coliseum so far. Is there a lever for both doors? No. Alright, one sec. I'm finishing my food. Ooh. You jerk. Oh. Being able to one-hit the bugs, or like the spawns, makes it so much easier. I wonder if getting that next nail upgrade helped. Hello, little friends. Hi. The collector's map. We can view the grubs. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Oh, there's a grub I missed. We've actually, I feel like we've done a decent job with the grubs. There's definitely a fair few that we missed, but... we've gotten a good amount of them. Missed one in Crystal Peaks. Alright, where do we want to go? We could go get those grubs. Where the hell is this grub below King Station, though? Is that... where is that? Oh, is that the hive? Yeah, that makes sense. Where is this grub? Is he in this room with the... oh, this is the... that's not here. This is the egg room. I'm not sure where this one is, this indicated one on the map is. I don't remember a grub being here. Is it in here? Oh. Will I have time to beat Delta before Silksong? I don't think Delta is going to be that long. I imagine it'll only take like 2 or 3 streams. Well, we still have to go to the honey area. I don't know if we should go there right now, though. We could go up to Crystal Peak and get that grub, just for the hell of it. Maybe we'll do that. Are you trying to speedrun this game? No, I mean, I'm just playing casually right now. Hey, another wielding a weapon. I suppose you'll be leaving many a corpse in your wake. You won't spare thought for the dead, at least consider all the extra work you force upon those in my profession. I'm sorry. Avoiding deep nest in the hive. Where is this grub? Oh, actually, wait, no, I know where this grub is. Yeah, no, I didn't have... I don't think there was any way for me to get it before. There you go, buddy. Alright, we could also go get the tree. I mean, I don't really think... I don't know if we need to do the trees. But we might as well. We're already here. Oh no, I didn't do the other guardian fight. Yeah, we could do that as well. Oops. Yeah, well, you need the tree for essence, but I think you can get enough essence for everything without doing the trees. I'm actually using controller. I don't know, I wanted to try to use keyboard mouse, but it's just... it's not as comfortable. That hits so fast. Alright. We got mostly everything. Did I get the deep focus charm? I'm pretty sure I did, yeah. That's the one. Oh wait, I have quick focus. Isn't that the one in Crystal Peak? I thought I had it, but now I'm not so sure. Because I could have sworn I went into the room where it is. Maybe I somehow missed it. Isn't that the one... It's that, like, room right near the elevator, right? Where you go down here? Is it not down in this room? Or no, it's not here. It is a different room. Wait, where the hell is this? I feel like I'm going crazy. I'll unlock it, even though I don't know if there's that much of a point. Ah, yeah, so this is the room that I was thinking of in my mind, but where it was, I was completely wrong about. Let's see. Well, we need to get all the charms. I don't know if I'm really going to use that charm, but we need to get it. Wait, can you not place it here? That lovely young lass returned to us. I must admit I'd placed thin odds on her survival. Seems to think very highly of her rescuer. Some sort of dashing warrior type, barely stopped gushing since she got back. The warrior must have passed down below whilst I was taking my nap. Such a shame. I'd have loved to meet so impressive a bug. To reach Dirtmouth, most travelers take circuitous routes around the cliffs beside us. It's a hard trek now, but in the kingdom's prime, things were far simpler. There's an old pass in the cliffs that once allowed easy access. The bridge up to it has long since crumbled away, and even without it, a huge door bars entry. Can't complain, mind you. It's meant we've only ever had to accommodate a trickle of travelers, even during our busiest times. I wouldn't want hordes of bugs to descend on Dirtmouth. I like the quiet. That noisy old lift, where does it go? Up to the old mines they carved into the peak, I suppose. Have you been up there? Is it true that crystals grow everywhere you step? A villager brought some of those crystals back to the village once. I don't quite understand the allure myself. You can't eat them, and they don't make very good pillows. They hardly seem worth all the trouble to me. I hope you aren't too disappointed by our little town, traveler, though it's now a solemn place. Once we were much more welcoming. Entry to the kingdom was forbidden long ago, supposedly after some great calamity. Many gates were closed, but our old well remained as a way to creep back in. Over the years, all kinds used the well to wriggle into the ruins, wanderers, thieves, adventurers. Funny how few ever come back up. Perhaps they find what they're looking for. I'm not so naive. No doubt they've all been gobbled up. There are countless dangers in those depths.
だから、遠方の
Feeling tired? That bench may be iron, but I assure you it's quite comfortable. There's no better place to collect your thoughts before heading below. Thanks, Elderbug. Alright, is there anything else we could buy? Oh yeah, if we buy everything, doesn't he, like, take us down below? Back again, you know I haven't any stock left, yes? You've cleaned me out. Or were you hoping to sneak a peek at my mountain of Geo? Well, it's mine now, and fairly traded. Hey, maybe if we leave and come back in. Oh, it's after you learn all the moves. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Bapanada.
Oh, Cornifer's here. He's sleeping.
Bapanada.
After more supplies, you've already bought so much. Unfortunately for now, you've cleaned us out of anything worth selling. Cornifer will no doubt be pleased, though I do wonder what he plans to spend all that Geo on. Bapanada. Sorry, I'm doing a quick stretch. Thank you for the 8 months, Vex. Oh. All right. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go to the Grub Father. I want to get my money. You know, I wonder if he drops the money and then you leave the room without picking it up, do you just lose it all? I'm not gonna find out. Nice. They're so happy. All right. Where to now? Where to now? We could explore the rest of Queen's... I think I'm gonna go to the rest of Queen Garden. Wait, there's a grub, like, right here. Oh, hey. Bright, a bright grub. Yes. No freaking way, dude. Oh, wait a sec. I didn't go, didn't go up here. Come on, dude. There. But once our lands, a pale being lays claim to the caverns ahead. It may appear benevolent, but it does not share our dream. Be wary to wander that place. God dang it. And what's the quickest way to get there, I guess? Green path. Do I have a death counter? No. Doesn't the game keep track of your deaths somewhere, maybe? Like, I remember that being a thing. Don't abuse quit outs. Well, I mean, you can just teleport with the dream gate, so I don't really feel like I need to abuse quit outs. I've been doing it sometimes, though. But yeah, now that I have the dream gate, it's like, whatever. I have 2 of the nail arts. The one that I'm missing. Wait a second, isn't there a... Wait, what's in the stone sanctuary? Isn't that where... Isn't that where No Eyes is? We haven't done this yet. My child, can you still see? Please, don't hurt me. Can't sleep with your eyes open, little one. Can't dream if you're still breathing, little one. Precious children, you speak such loathsome things as you sleep. Your claws scratch and scrape. Precious children, a monster has come for us in the dark. Will you sing for me? One by one, their eyes closed at last. I felt it, a warm stillness falling over us. Sorry I was frightened of you. You were always protecting us, even when we couldn't see you. Take us there, please. A place where light cannot haunt us. A place without dreams. Please. How much essence do we get from this? Oh, 200? Nice. Oh, and another mask. Alright, we got 8 masks now. Pretty good. Wonder how high your health bar is gonna go in this game. Or in... not in this game, in Silksong. I feel like there's something else that I missed. Maybe not? I don't know. I don't mod everything into 2B, okay, man. Oh yeah, I never fought this guy. Oh, he... oh, this poor guy. That was too quick. I mean, this is like the start of the game. I just never went this way. Come and grub. I will save you. Hey, UFO. All of them? White Palace soon. Yeah, we're not too far off. The icon is still there. That's weird. Shouldn't it disappear, or... Maybe... Oh, maybe after I sit down at the bench. Yeah, Larks have played through Hollow Knight before. Okay. Man, we still have all of Deep Nest, though. I'm just kind of like stalling, like putting it off. We also have the Warrior's Grave over there that I still need to do. No, Deep Nest isn't that bad. I'm just kind of joking. I guess we could go to Queen Station and go get that grub and maybe do the warrior and then maybe go to Deep Nest. No, I haven't done the Grim Troop stuff. It's not... I think they're marked on my map, though, right? I don't actually remember what the icon is. Actually, I don't know. Oh, do you actually need the charm on to... Yeah, actually, no. He said that in his dialogue, I'm pretty sure. Makes sense. You know what? Let's actually go... Let's go to the crossroads and go get an extra charm slot from Salubra. Oh, it's the tram over here. I made the brittle charms permanent. No, you need like frickin'... You need like 30,000 geo for that or something. Maybe it's not that much, but it's a lot. Okay. Can't get her blessing yet. This is a special item for those who love charms as much as I do. Alright. Well, we can put on the Grim Child. Ah, there they are. Alright, where... I don't know where I want to go. And I was gonna go to Queen's Station, and then go I guess let's just stick to that. Go do that. Yeah, we did Brooding Moloch. No, you don't need the journal for 112%. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, we should do the Mushroom Man quest. Oh, where is he? Sorry, I missed you. Oh, no. This is the map guy. The mushroom guy's below, I think. I need my pennies. Actually, wait, no. Maybe that is where the mushroom guy is. Maybe he pops up there after. Oh no, I don't have... Fuck, I have to go all the way around. I was going... Ah, dang it, dude. I was going the right way. I remember I've made this mistake many times, not unlocking this shortcut. Hey, Lord Bacchus, thank you for the prime sub now. Wait a sec, this... Holy shit! This is a fucking dead end! Fuck, dude. All of the wrong ways. Oh, you know what? This actually works well, though, because now we can go buy charm that we missed before. Are you curious? You're wondering how I make my special gifts? Oh, don't try to steal my secrets. I'll steal them right back. If you're cruel to me, you'll be sorry. The air has changed. I can smell something new. Dangerous things are drifting through here now. Are you scared? If you stay here, I won't protect you. You don't like to be hurt, do you? Or maybe you don't mind? Are you nice? If you're nice, you'll give me Geo. Maybe you aren't so nice. Don't try to trick me. I'm not stupid. Beautiful, aren't they? These gifts I have. They're shiny and dangerous and lovely. I made them. Don't be jealous. Give me Geo and you can have one. Enough talking. You're jabbering annoying. Step over here and show me your Geo. Hey, he's the one who's yapping. Hey, I don't actually die to the poison now. Didn't you finish the game before? Yeah. But what? Are you only allowed to play games one time? Oh yeah, I remember where this is. Alright, I'm not sure if I'm gonna need to come back through here, but let's open up the shortcut. Do I call my subscribers grubs? No. What's over this way? Fungal core. Making sure I didn't miss anything. I don't really remember this area very well. I think there's something down here, though, that I didn't get. And where the heck is this place? I wanted to go do that warrior's grave. Now I'm going this way. Oh, can I dream nail this guy? Pale worm, what good to foresee a demise unavoidable? Yeah, this is to Deep Nest. I guess there's nothing else along this pathway though, it's just path to Deep Nest. Unless, is there something here that I... Mass shard in the hole, what, in down here? Oh. I see. Oh, this is... This is where the Mantis Lords are. Man, I don't know where I want to go. I guess we can just progress through Deep Nest a bit. I have to go up here? Oh yeah. I really like the Coliseum fights. They're fun. Yeah, Coliseum 3 is tough. Normally I do that one when I've got like close to max health. Like most of the upgrades. I mean, it's doable without it, but it just definitely makes it easier. lost your Steel Soul run on the third one. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think we're going towards the grub. I don't know if this is the right way, but... It's money. Lost your run to Enraged Guardian. What do you mean? Secret wall. Is this the fake one? Oh yeah. That one's real. Is this one real? Oh. One more grub save. I'm not sure you can actually go all the way back up to Fungal Wastes. I'll probably go back down now. Well, maybe you can. Okay. I mean, we could go further down. Couldn't we also take the tram to Deep Nest? Or wait, don't you get the tram pass in Deep Nest, though? Well, I guess we're gonna go down here. I don't know, man. I don't remember Deep Nest well enough. What's up, Bane? Over this way. Oh, this is where the tram is, but... You don't have the tram pass! Dang it. Where the hell am I right now? Dark shadow. So comfy. Other side of the bench on the map, the one up, the bench up there. Go left? I mean, what other direction can I go? Fucking so. You miss him in there? Yeah, I'm gonna be going back anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I don't fucking remember how to... Is it not from this room that you get to him? Wait, what? Alright, you bozo. Oi, what are you doing, you clumsy little oaf, swinging your rusty little nail around in the darkness? You almost struck me, and if you had, it would have been the end of you, trust me. I am Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown. My weapon, Life Ender, has struck down hundreds of foes. Be gone or you'll be next. Are you lost in these dark tunnels? I don't care. No, I won't lead you out. I know the way. Due to my powerful memory, but I only travel alone. Be gone. Okay. You're welcome. Blissfoss, thank you for the 43 months, man. And thank you for the raid as well. Oh, another King's Idol. Nice. The grub down here? Grubby, where are you? So is the tram pass up here? You can actually go. hard. Getting close to finishing this replay. I mean, kind of, but I don't know. We still got a lot left. Honestly, though, if we finish this and we have, like, more time before Silksong, maybe I'll try to go for, like, all achievements and try to do, like, the Steel Soul run and stuff. We'll see. Tram Pass. A lifetime pass to the tramways connecting parts of Hollownest. These passes cost a huge amount of geo, and each purchase required authorization by the king. I really should have made a dream gate. Like down at the hot spring. Hey, Black Knifeu, thank you for the 11 months. You jumped at me, dude. Dreamer fight nearby? I don't know. Oh. It's over this way. It's me. It looks slightly different, though. Is there another path here? Funny. Won't change charms first. We'll see. Where is he? I knew he was gonna jump. Well, you know, it wasn't the quickest fight, but we didn't die. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun juggling that. Taylor. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of OP at this point of the game, so... Killing him with no nail upgrades in your first playthrough. Yeah. Rough. Wait a sec, hold on. I have the shortcut. Paid chat or what? Is somebody not allowed to be nice, chat? Alright. I don't remember where I don't know where Markoth is, man. You guys keep saying that, but... Wait, is he in here? fellow warrior, out here. I thought I was the only one brave enough and strong enough to survive in this foul, forgotten pit. I'm Galleon, the strongest warrior in Hollownest. I came to this monstrous place to test my strength. No doubt you wish to test your might as well, hmm? Yes, you and I are a rare breed, quite unlike this poor fellow who has fallen before us. The world is not kind to the weak, I fear. Then, shall we do battle? Let us test our strength in joyful combat. No problem. I was kind of face tanking a little hard there. Unbelievable, I'm defeated at last. This is what it feels like to be bested. Still though, I am strong, am I not? When you see our king, surely you'll tell him of my valor. Yes, he sent you here to test me, didn't he? I knew he had not forgotten brave Galleon. I'm ready to join you now, brothers. You and I, let us leave this place together. Over-leveled, whoa. Yeah, true though. Let's go back to the bench, shall we? Oh shit, wait, that's gonna take... it's gonna take me to the upper bench, not the lower one. Well, I could teleport back, I guess. I haven't really been making good use of the Dream Gate this run. I don't know, I'm sure it's incredibly useful if you know when, like, good spots to use it. That's alright. What the hell it is? You could basically set down in like a teleport location. What's over here? The Weaver's Den. You know, I don't even want your fucking egg. money here. Isn't there like another secret room somewhere? Like, maybe I'm thinking of a different location. Wait, where is it? Yes. Silksong confirmed. Oops. What was that? Is that the Weaver? How do I get this grub? Save you, little guy. You think there's gonna be grubs in Silksong? Or like, I guess there's probably gonna be some kind of equivalent. It's probably not gonna be grubs, but... There's so much essence in here to collect. Holy crap. What is this heartbeat? Oh wait, we got them all. Creepy areas like Deep Nest and Silksong, I'm sure there will be. Sure, we're gonna see like a wide variety of areas. Poison Swamp. Yeah, we're gonna get Blight Town. Oh, I thought I'm dumb. I didn't have my dash. Well, we probably want to fall down to the bottom because there is some stuff you can get down there, I think. I guess I can make a dream gate. Yeah, there's no bench here. What is this room? Oh, isn't this where, like, the Grim Troop guy is at some point? What's still left to do? Flower Quest, Coliseum 2 and 3, Honey Area, all of the Grim Troop, all of Godhome. There's a bench in one cave above. Cave? Are you talking about the one that traps me? Because I don't want to do that, you know? Oh yeah, and Path of Pain and White Palace. I don't know, we have a lot of stuff we still have to do. Oh, please, don't be shy. There are some nasties about here, alright? Not me. I'm a friend to all and happy to serve a traveler so bold as you. Is it information you seek? That I can provide, yes. Oh yes, hee hee. That village above here, home to a sad creature. Hers is a tale of tragic exchange, cost her and her people greatly, though I suspect she bore no regret in making it. Hee hee, yes, I know. You're intrigued. You want to know the tale. Well, I'm sorry. I'd love to tell it, but I'm very, very sorry, and I haven't eaten in some time. And oh, I'm starving. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, chat. I'll be right back. right, I'm back, chat. Yum, 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 yum. I've already been so confused. Oh, okay, wait. This is just a shortcut. Wait, what is that other? Is there another way? I don't think so. Maybe. I'm not sure how I'm meant to get in there. Maybe it's from up here. Okay. Alright guys, I think it's time to... Wait, where's the grub? Huh? We are friends. Welcome. Sit and rest. Greetings. You are very tired. Sit and rest. Please sit and rest. It is warm and safe. Sit and rest. Welcome. You need rest. Sit and rest. I don't think you can dream mail them. Alright. This is nice. A tiny, Ifric, thank you for the Prime sub. 2 casts and 2 hits. It's not bad. Compared to any percent, that's very nice anyway. Is there anything down here? I'm doing great. Wow, he actually hit me? Thank you for the 2 months, Cosmo Reaper. Thank you, man. Hornets here. You've slain the beast and you head towards that fated goal. I'd not have obstructed this happening, but it caused me some pain to knowingly stand idle. What? You might think me stern, but I'm not completely cold. Do not choose our mothers or the circumstance into which we are born. Despite all the ills of this world, I'm thankful for the life she granted me. Quite a debt I owed, only in allowing her to pass and taking the burden of the future in her stead can I begin to repay it. Leave me now, ghost. Allow me a moment alone before this bedchamber becomes forever a shrine.
Hakana Sagamos.
Alright, back to the stag. Alright, well, we did all the dreamers now, so that's great. Let's go... Let's go to the palace grounds. Little one, I found it, the stag nest where I was born and raised. I've yet to go there again. My duty binds me to travel only where I am called, but if you wish to see it yourself, I could take you there. None may remain to welcome us, but the nest is still a sight to behold. Give me the word and we will go there at once. Sure, let's do it. Oh, there's a mask shard here. All the poor stags, they're all dead. I wonder how you're gonna travel around in Silksong. Like if there's gonna be a like some sort of courier, or if it's gonna be maybe you can just like fast travel between locations. Did you not watch the trailer? Well, yeah, I saw her riding the bug. That's true, but that doesn't necessarily mean... I don't know. I don't feel like that necessarily means that's how you get around, but it could be. Is this his egg, chat? Is this like where he came that? That where the current stag came from? What, chat? Why are you higing me? I don't know. What do you think of my old home, little one? It was full of life once. Stags coming, going, swapping stories of the places they'd been and the passengers they'd met. For a long time now, I've considered myself the only one remaining, the last stag. But being in the nest again, there's something in the air, a smell or a warmth or a presence perhaps? Could it be other stags have made their way out into the wider world? Yes, I will hold on to that hope. My kin, still alive, still out there, journeying beyond these lands. But for me, I could never abandon the stag ways, not as long as passengers still need them. I can tell you still have important work to do. I will be your companion as long as my old body still serves. Let us enjoy the old stag ways of this kingdom together a little longer. That pass you hold, is it not for that ghastly machine, the tram? I hope you're not thinking of riding on that grotesque contraption. The thought a mere machine could attempt what we stags do, foolish, very foolish. Being back in my old home, I feel the weight of my long life bearing down on me. I carry it proudly, though. Wherever I travel, the memories of my family and my kind come with me. Alright. Go to the hidden station. You know, I guess maybe the... Because we see Hornet riding the stag, right? Or like a stag, it's not this one. It's probably the... Maybe that's what the egg is for. A different kind of insect. Is it not a stag? I feel like it kind of looked like one, though. I guess I didn't really pay that close attention. A true servant gives all for the kingdom. Let Hollowness, Pale King, relieve you of your burden. Alright, drop my geo. Alright, all vessel fragments. Nice. Why do I equip the Grim Child? Because he's cute. Got ourselves the tram. Dang it. Oh, maybe... I guess if you had quick slash, you could do that. I was trying to, like, whatever. Yeah, you can't do the attacks fast enough to, like, attack forward and then down and then vice versa. Like, unrepeat. I think you can fireball the walls open, yeah. Did we upgrade the nail to max? No, I think we have one more upgrade left. I think we need one more pale ore from the Coliseum. I think it's from the Coliseum. There was no boss in the hive. Yeah, they added it like in an update, right? I think I remember that as well. Because I played Hollow Knight each time they released like a new... Each time they released a new update, I would play again. There was a boss when you played last year? Yeah, I mean, this is like a long time ago. Not recently. This guy's hurt. We need to get one of the fat bees to like break open a wall somewhere. I don't know if that's... It's further? Okay. You know, I wonder if you're doing Steel Soul, by the way, do the dreams count as deaths or no? I would assume no, but okay. Then are the Colosseums also not deaths then? I don't think you die in, or no. You die in the Colosseum, sorry, not in the God home. Yeah, because your shade actually spawns when you die in the Colosseum. I'm not sure which pathway I should go down. Hi, Damon. Holy. There's a grub here. Where the hell is he? Ah. Whoa. Is there a grub I missed over to the left? I gotta go back. Oh, wait a second. Isn't that from... I don't think I can actually get that one from here, right? I think it's from the other way. I'm getting kind of cooked. Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh, he's dead. I'm too OP. It wasn't full face tank. It was calculated face tank. All right, man. Oh, there's a grub over here. Hive blood. Where the fuck is that grub? That's not in this zone, is it? I don't think so. No, I'm not max upgrade. The dive spot. It is? You go up the tram exit towards the hive. Yeah, you mean like past the hive? Oh, was there a spirit there? I didn't even realize. My bad. Dakan, why are you even still here? I laughed because it was stupid as fuck. Holy. Like a breakable wall on this thing. Yeah, aspids are so hard to dodge. He's jumping higher. Oh, this is where we get the final nail. Not, well, the nail art. Nice. How did you find me? Down here where the world ends. Yes, I know why you're here. You came to learn the nail art from the legendary nail master Oro. It is the law of the great nail sage that I must pass down my teachings to those who are worthy. But no law forbids me from exacting a payment for my time. If you truly wish to train under me, prove it with Geo. That's fine. The dash slash. I must say, you are an excellent pupil. Your skill with the nail and your thirst to become stronger, you remind me of my brothers. I've taught you all I can. Go back into the world, traveler, and leave me to my solitude.
Bam. Finnen. Bam. Finnen.
I've taught you all I can. That's it. Brother Mato, in your lonely home at the top of the world, do you still think of me as an enemy? In the future, if you will listen, I will tell you why I chose to tread this path. Where the heck is my last dream gate? Is it still in Deep Nest? I guess it's close to the stag at least. Oh wait, whoops. Yeah, no, I forgot. Aha. There's a super secret Giga Geo rock. Am I being one guide? Wall breaks there. Oh. Oh yeah, I think I... I feel like I've been down here before. You doing Mr. Mushroom? I would like to. Might do it. Let's see. Damn, this goes deep, bro. $420. There's two things in this game that give 420 geo. This rock and the golden lady. What is that sound? Is there a bat? Is there anything else on this pathway, or is that everything? I don't know if I need to go back. Oh, that's my pet. That makes sense. Hey, Pig, thank you for the 17 months, dude. It's enemy. Oh, Quick Slash is here. Quick Slash is so good. Hey, Pop Demon Hunter, I saw it. It was okay. Larksa liked it a lot. All right. Yeah, Quick Slash makes like a huge difference, actually. Markoth? Where is Markoth? Didn't you guys say he was in Deep Nest? Oh, it's that one path there, isn't it? Okay, well there is a path in Deep Nest I missed. I don't know what it is, but here's where I was. Oh. Well, that's great. Can't really say I remember what's up here, but... I think this is just one of the secret paths, right? Oh, hello. Is it mask or face upon the creature? In hollowness, a difficult thing it can be to decipher. A wonderful thing to have a face, not a thing with which we are all blessed. For this kingdom's faceless, I shall provide. This NPC is so pointless, maybe he'll come back in Silksong. You never know. A mask, a face, does it need one, does it not? To define, to focus, to exist. I don't... Oh yeah, what is the dream now? Does it know of the face that hides beneath such remarkable contrast the worm can see? Brown found him. As it witnessed that truth most tragic, the worm's great shame sealed away. Now this kingdom's stasis becomes the worm's legacy. It's fucking tripping. Yeah, maybe he's talking to my pet. Queen's Garden shortcut. Did I miss it? Is there anything even there? Did I really miss a shortcut? It didn't like there was anything else there. Can only open it from above. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking to myself. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright, well, we've gotten so many of the grubs. There's the one near King's Station. I still don't... Oh, I think that's at Kingdom's Edge. Oh, wait, is that where... Guess let's go to King's Station. And we've done a good job with the grubs. We only have, what, 2 left? I think. I don't remember how to get this one, though. I think it's... Actually, wait, no, I think I see it. Yeah, I see. How many charms left? 5. Where is the womb one? No, I didn't do the flower quest yet. Well, we just have the grub. Go get the grub up there, I guess. We take the elevator. Yeah, and we do need to do Markoth. There's 2 openings in Kingdom's Edge. Well, actually, no. One of them is where we were before. I just haven't rested at a bench yet. What the hell did Risky say? I can't. Yeah, I remember when we were at GDQ like fucking 7 years ago, Risky, and we were hyped for Silksong. Now it's actually here. Been a long time coming. Trying to do the transition skips, but my PC loaded too fast. Well, and then it's funny because the current any percent route is done on current patch, apparently. Secret on the ceiling on top of the chest. Oh. Wait, what? Try to give the flower to the other guy instead of the grave. Yeah, I know you can give the flower to like all sorts of people, chat. I know. Yeah, the new any percent is crazy. Well, I watched like a YouTube video the other day. There's a charm in the right of that same chest. Wait, did I miss enough? Yeah, I was watching like a YouTube video that explains the any percent run. Oh shit, there is. And yeah, they start the run with everything. Like they do some glitch, like the menu storage glitch, to get every single item. They get every single item the moment they start the run, and they have no clip active. And then they basically just dupe. They dupe the dreamer room 3 times. Suck all 3 dreamers at once, and then just beat the game. Fucking ridiculous. Oh. Well, I was eating, don't like glitches that use other saves. Yeah, that's fair. Full eater. Glitches are a bit much. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, it's just different ways of playing the game. So. It's not really a big deal. I mean, it is playing the game. Like, you're not like using fucking cheat engine. You're just using the, I mean, you're just playing the game, you know, in a really broken way. Oh, Mahone, this world, this cruel, sinful world. Why does she wake? Why does she persist? Ah, Lemaire, you could not know of tragedy as complete as she's. True lovers stripped apart, two worlds that could not meet. And now Maled lover, dead so long in time, dead so far away. Buried Moina? Aye, amongst its hateful kin that did not deny our union, that did reject she's outsideness. She doesn't suppose? Not low, not low. Did she ask? Did she burden? Lemaire, could you deliver gift to her grave? The gift is maybe small, but the trek is long. She rests among her kind near our queen's lush refuge. Would such a thing be done? She asked perhaps impossible things, mad things? For Lemaire to take up such quest would be a kindness she has near forgotten. I'm okay. You turn away, she should have expected such. This world is not one of favors, only of heartache. I want to give the Elder Bug... I want to go to Dirtmouth with it. Does the heart beat a moment, share pain of grief and hope to soothe it? Would you convey she's final gift unto her lover's grave? Alright, fine. Where boon you grant Lemaire, it will be she's last request. After this, never shall she lay burden on another. A sacred flower is the offering. It is a rare, delicate object. One of a kind. You must cherish it. You must act as though it were your own heart. If you were to get hurt whilst carrying it, or did to attempt to ride those jolting transit beasts, it would forever be destroyed. Her grave lies in the middle of the queen's overgrown estate. It is surrounded by her kind, who will not look kindly on your trespass. Take care, Lemaire. My hopes I place upon you, and my fervent wish that this small solace may come to pass. We can go across the blue lake. Let's chill. Wait, does the transit break it, chat? I actually don't know. Or the tram. Well, okay, she said the beasts, though. I assume she's talking about the stag, but I guess she's talking about both. I don't know. Not sure what the best way up here is. Like, do I go through the forgotten boss room? Wait, no, I can't go this way. Also blocked. Previous room is the one with the wall. Oh! I really don't think this is the way I should be going, but... Going the worst route. It's fine. We made it! Elderbug, I got your flower! What's that you have there? Ah, what a beautiful flower. I'd never have guessed by looking, but you have surprisingly good taste in flora. Why are you carrying around such an exquisite bloom? Wait, you didn't. Ah, this flower, is it a gift for me? Are you really giving me something so precious? Yes. Oh, I can really have it? My. I barely know what to say except thank you. I'd resigned myself to selflessly giving out advice to passers-by without receiving any gratitude in return. Little did I know, one young bug was taking my words to heart and would repay my kindness. With such a beautiful gift, suddenly the world seems a little less faded. Thank you, my friend. I will take care of this flower while you're gone so we can enjoy it together when you return. Oh, look at him. No, this is just like a little Easter egg that you can give it to the elder bug. He's happy, chat, and that's all we need. Flower you gave me, when dark thoughts creep into my head, I gaze at and think of you. Why not rest at the bench here for a while? We can enjoy the flower together before you head off again. Alright. Elder Bug quest complete. Alright. Go to the City of Tears. think you can give the flower to two people. You can give it to the elder bug, and you can give it to one of the nail masters, I think. Oh yeah, and the Godseeker guy. Isn't that actually for like another ending or something? You give it to the Godseeker? Fucking guy. Oh, hey, Roomsy, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. My dream gate's kind of in a bad spot. You know what? Actually, we could just quit. Just quit to menu. I haven't really been doing the bench warping. It's not a big deal. I mean, it would save some time, but... Oh, we're back here. I'm not sure what my percent is. Orson is bad. Okay. Oh, we got him. All right.
Baba Gondala.
Very good. The child burns with flame. Master is waiting for you. Kaninjay, thank you for the 5-year resub, man. I can feel it, the warmth of the flame you've gathered together. Masterful opening act. The air hums with excitement. Your child, you've done so well. Let your fire burn even brighter. Beautiful, yes. The child has grown. From idle youth to deadly companion. About these dangerous lands, its aid will no doubt be welcome. Just don't neglect our dance, for it too continues. Keep hunting that scattered scarlet essence. When the child is filled with flame once more, return to the stage and the performance will begin. Alright, well, we have more flames, but at least we're upgraded now. Shit, I want to go... I want to go to the warrior's grave there. We also still have to do... Okay, you know what? Go to Forgotten Cross. Let's go get the... Go get the charm that I missed, and we can do the Forgotten Knight fight, or... I feel like I call him something different every time. Hey, Stefan. Actually, maybe instead of that, we'll do, where's Quick Slash? How many total masks can you get, chat? Is it 9 or is it 10? 9, okay. Did I miss the hidden womb again? Everything. We got it. Nice. Oh, wait. Nope. We don't want to. Well, I don't know. I don't know if going back would be faster. Okay, though. Finally, I did it, I know. Well, I mean, it's good that we didn't go try to get that during the flower quest. I think you heal up when you go into the dream anyways. I don't know if you keep your soul or not, though. Oh, jump! Jump, you bastard! Ooh. Ooh. Face tank strategy. Honestly, I can't remember how I used to do this fight. This was actually one of the harder fights for me. I think you can dash through him, but oh my god, dude. What? Alright, focus. It's fine. We just have no health. Okay, he's in the fucking corner. I can't do anything if he's in the corner. At least occasionally dodging some of the attacks. Bro, I'm trying, alright? He does 2 damage per hit. Oh, the contact. Okay, really though? Like... I don't actually remember though how I used to do this. Dude, I'm not trying to face tank, but like I dodge and then he fucking... Okay. How many of these can I do? Can you go under him when he jumps? Yeah, you can, but you can also just dash. Yeah, dashing through him is... Oh, I should have dashed. I don't know. Dang it. Reset the stagger timer if you pogo on his armor. Why would I? Oh. Oh, really? Interesting. I see what you mean. Are you losing this guy? What do you mean? This is like one of the harder fights in the game, dude. What? I should not be reading chat during this. No, we don't need to refill our energy. It's fine. I just want to actually, like, hit him. I mean, I could play the fight like an absolute fucking, like, wimp and just have, like, a 3-minute long fight, but I could really lose much time. Wow, look at me, I'm doing it. Oh. Oops. Oops. Okay, wait, so... Oh, that hurt. This is cheat. You know, the funny thing is, chat, though, if you have max sword, or if you have the max snail and you have fragile strength on for this fight, like, you can just face tank him and kill him, and I don't think he could do anything. I think if I took off Shaman Stone and Mark of Pride, like, I don't know, I did it the last time I played this. The last time I did my run. I think it's just like quick slash, fragile strength, and then I don't know if anything else really matters. I think that's it, like, you just need those two mainly. Is there like a sweet spot where you don't get hit by that? Yeah, you can basically just get him stuck in like a stagger loop. Oops. I think he should have been dead already. Oh wait, oh. Yeah. Well, that I guess just spamming the magic works too. I wanted it, the strength to protect the others. When I saw that knight sleeping safe in his big armored shell, it wasn't madness that drove me to it, I just wanted it. But in the end, if strength cannot save you, then what can? Oh, magic is gonna be super strong in Silksong, let's be real. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad magic is useful, because otherwise it's like, why even, like, if it's just better, you know, the game loop works a lot better when magic is better than attacking with your nail. I don't know if Hornet will necessarily be using magic, but I mean, she has, like, abilities. Alright, the Elegy and King's Idol. Nice. We only have 2 charms left, chat. Man, we have made, like, insane amounts of progress in... I mean, even though Hollow Knight is a really big game and, like, casually, it can definitely take a long time to go through when you don't know, like, what you're looking for and stuff, but... Godhome is gonna take us a while, though. We did, like, even though we have most of the charms, we do still have a decent bit of stuff left. Because we have all of White Palace. We have White Palace, Path of Pain, Godhome. We still have to do the Nightmare King Grim. We still have Dung Defender fights and Zote. Is the path to the... Is the path below the stag station here, is that just the path to Deep Nest? Is there anything there? Yeah, we have the Colosseums as well, and the Flower Quest. So yeah, we still have a lot left. And the bench? Okay. I don't know if I actually need to go there. I'm missing a mask shard? Yeah, I think so. I don't know which shard I'm missing, though. Alright, guys. Well, the grubs are all saved and nothing ever happened again. You know, if we don't enter the room, it never happened, chat. Alright, we... Dream bosses aren't required, yeah, I know, but you need the essence, so in a way they are required.
Amesodo.
Gotta go up. I got hit by every enemy at least once. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's so easy to heal. It's like, I don't really care if I get hit, because I just heal. Wait, child, why have you come here? Have you come to tame the savage ruined land? Many have come to purify this place, but all who dwell here are eventually consumed. Yes, even the wild bugs lurking below us. They were once proud like you, but now they are only monsters. Beware dreams of glory, child. Turn back and do not return. But he keeps doing this move. Man, that guy's kind of tanky, actually. Sheesh. My mind, it clears. Have we been sleeping, child? Ah, I remember those proud lords. Were they truly monsters? I remember their eyes now, bright and clear. Why then did I fear them so? There was madness in that village. It was I who brought it. They were right to cast me out. When I attacked, they were right to kill. Kill me? Failed champion is tough, okay, man? We remember the elder. Oh, we still need to do the crystal refight. Or wait, no. Wait, did we do the crystal refight? I think we did, actually. Oh yeah, no, we did. I'm trying to think, where else do I get essence from? What do I even... What other fights do I even have left to redo? Oh, do you get some from White Defender? Oh yeah, Markoth. Right. Okay, let's go do Markoth.
대조로.
Am I planning to speedrun Silksong? I'll probably do it for a bit, yeah. I think the competition for Silksong is going to be kind of crazy, so it's going to be... It's going to be really difficult to, like... to keep up, probably, but... I don't know. I mean, I think it would be fun to definitely be fun to try. Am I done with other game I was speedrunning? If you're talking about Wu Chang, yeah, I'm done with Wu Chang. I just wanted to get like a decent run of the game. That was really it. Did I upgrade all the spells? Yeah, I think everything's fully upgraded. No way he still got me there. That's crazy. Abyssal Shriek is actually really good, yeah. Because it can multi-hit. I think Abyssal Shriek is like the highest DPS in some cases. 'Cause, yeah, it can hit like 3 times, I believe. This guy is an absolute piece of shit. Well, at least in the Pantheon, he is a piece of shit. You've come a long way just to die here at the edge of the world. No, do not speak. I've heard thousands and thousands of empty words from those like you, your pride, your desires, your desperation. You will take these things with you once I strike you down. Raise your weapon then and die like those who came before you. Yeah, Abyssal Shriek's pretty good. Never have I been defeated in combat. I can see myself there, still sleeping. How long have I been hidden here? Here at the edge of the world, no one could find me except you. Warriors, knights, kings, even time itself, they have no power over me, only you. You are the darkness come to consume me. If only they left the floor in P5, yeah. I dream nail it. Is it Charmless Shriek? I think I have Shaman Stone on, no? I have Shaman Stone, so.
Akala emtono. Akala emto.
No, I haven't done the Zo fight yet. Oops. Oh yeah, we could go to Sly now. Oh, I need to do them in the I need to redo Kala 1, I see. So, another would join our group. I have a gift for you, warrior. As a shopkeeper, I admit parting with it for free is rather difficult. But as the great nail sage, I must recognize your skill. You have mastered the arts of my remaining pupils. Now tradition decrees you too may hold the symbol. Wear it proudly, nail master. You shall be the last to receive its like. One more charm. Japavon. I don't know, that might be the one that I'm missing. Actually, no, yeah, I didn't get that because I couldn't get it. I guess that's the last one. We can go there. It's not far away. Hello. Oh. Does he say anything? I don't think so. Thanks, buddy. Do you not get an achievement for getting every charm? Really, I'm surprised. Oh, right. I don't have the half. Yeah. I see. I don't, do I even have the money to upgrade the charms? It's so fucking expensive. Also, let's get Salubra's blessing. Might as well. Can't get the blessing. Oh, why? Because I don't have the... Yeah, that makes sense. You're right. You're right. I guess we have to go kill White Defender then, right? Flying around your bench is so cursed. It is a little cursed. You're not wrong.
Dima Alava.
Wait a second. Do I not have enough? Oh, right. I have to go back. Oh, shit. I haven't been back to the lady in a while.
Goro Horu.
Ah, Wielder, you've returned. Holds over 1,200 essence in it. Looking into it, I could see so many memories peering back at me, so many asking to be remembered. None of us can live forever, and so we ask those who survive to remember us. Hold something in your mind, and it lives on with you, but forget it, and you seal it away forever. That is the only death that matters. Ah, so they say. Enough of that, though. Take this relic and come back to me with 1,500. Oh, an arcane egg. Yes, I thought so. More than 1,500 essence. The dream nail is close, so close to fully awakening. Continue on your path. I know not what guides you, nor what will it is that drives you forward. Once you've collected 1,800, though, I will be here waiting. Take this gift, may it grant you strength and help you to collect the essence of this world. Oh, you get a mass shard. We're still missing one, though. The time has come, the dream nail, and you as well, Wielder. It is time for you both to awaken. The essence you have collected, the hope that still remains in this old kingdom, pure potential. Let it course through you and into the dream nail. Hold it aloft, Wielder. Awaken. Aha. Aha, yes. No dream can hide itself from you now. You can peer into the darkest places. You just need to find the right crack. What will you do with such a power, Wielder? Whose memories will you hunt down? Ah, do as you wish. My promise is fulfilled. May the crimes of my tribe be washed away in time like the rest of this kingdom's. Let's get another flower. The thing is, after you finish the flower quest, then you can't get any more flowers, right? You can. You can at the grave. Oh, okay. I see.
La mer finhello. La mer finhello.
So you can give one to the nail master guy. Is it which? Which guy is it that you can give it to? Oh man, you gotta take this flower so fucking far. I don't remember what the best pathing is for this. Yeah, we already gave one to the elder bug. Well, there's multiple different ways you can go. I don't know if I can go this way. Can I? I remember this path. I'm an idiot.
Why? Hello, Penny.
Give me the flower.
Sanalo.
These enemies are dead now.
Go on now.
Again we meet, my short friend. Here at last I feel at peace. Twice I've seen this world, and though my service may have stripped the first experience from me, I'm thankful I could witness its beauty again. Hollowness is a vast and wondrous thing, but with as many wonders as it holds, I've seen none quite so intriguing as you. Ah, my flattery returns only silent stoicism. I like that. I like that very much. Incredible. Oh, we got an achievement. Live in age, yet remember so little. Perhaps I should be thankful. All tragedy erased, I only see wonders. I thought I killed that guy. Maybe there was another one somewhere. Is it this way to Fog Canyon? Wait, no, this is to Fungal Waste, isn't it? I gotta go up. Wait, no, this is not where we want to go. Yeah, I know, I should have put on the compass. Wait, is it the... I think it is the... Oh yeah, we do want to go through the teacher's archives. You don't really need to clear the way. It's like, it's not that bad. I just... As I dropped down there, I was just thinking to myself, like... I was wondering if I could hit that. It's really not that hard of a run through here. way? I don't think I'm going the right way. I don't know if it's this way either. Where the fuck am I? This is the path? Okay. I feel like I'm being fucking one-guyed right now, like, super hard. Isn't it in this room?
Why? Hello, Bene. Nama la mejor.
And the thing is, if I equip the compass, then all the enemies are gonna come back. Dream Gate. I don't think you can use the Dream Gate. Tram is possible. I don't think the tram is better though, necessarily. That was kind of scary. Hey, Mugiwara, thank you for 11 months. Am I going the right way? I feel like I'm fucking going the wrong way. Gotta go up, don't I? Wait, no, it's here? Go up. Okay, I'm slightly Did I go up this fucking way, dude? Yeah. Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh. Right. Eesh, that was kind of close. Yeah, I almost threw at the end. Lemaire, have you done this thing? Is it possible? This world's cruelty, I'd thought it overwhelming, but Lemaire, such great compassion. That she's love would know her partner's heart even aeon past. Is it that, Lemaire, such grief can end? She can end? Will a nigh dear love, she too can end. Bring peace to the gray mourner. Acquire all mask shards. Nice. Heck yeah. You died like 5 times during the last dash. You let the pressure get to you. King's Soul is from White Palace, right? Just set my, forgot to change my dream gate. I think I rested at the bench before the stag, didn't I?
Velmi Artred.
Alright, I'm gonna sell him all my stuff.
Kachael.
Velmi Artred.
Boris' son? Velmi Artred. Kachael. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred.
We visited the remnants of his palace that's down below the city in the bedrock of the kingdom. Must have been an impressive sight in its time, now there's nothing left. It's a strange thing though, there are no signs of conflict around the area. It's as though the whole place just vanished.
Velmi Artred. Boris' son? Gian.
I've often wondered the true visage of the king. Depictions are of an imposing, gleaming figure in a fiercely horned crown. I suspect there's much embellishment in the imagery though. A ruler seeking worship tends to hide their blemishes. It'd do no good to appear a common
Velmi
bug.
Artred.
Yeah, I need to upgrade. Well, actually, I don't know if you need to upgrade all the fragile charms for... I don't know. Is there like an achievement for that? I don't think upgrading them is tied to percent, right? With as many of these as you've delivered, the other relic seekers are like to think I've gone mad for the king. Ah, who am I kidding? They'll only be jealous of my collection. Find me more.
Velmi Artred.
You don't think so? Okay. Yeah, I mean, fragile strength is really good. A third arcane egg. You're an exceptional explorer to have found so many. An egg is a perfect protective form. In Hollow Nest, we use stone journals or tablets, our text engraved atop. These eggs are far more secure. Their records are stored within. In fear of damaging the eggs, I'm only able to access the outer layer, but it's clear those in the distant past could somehow access information stored even deeper within. If only I could find a way to do so. Just think of the discoveries to be made.
Helmadilka.
Worth playing if you don't enjoy games like this. I mean, I mean, no. I mean, if you don't like Metroidvanias, it's not like Hollow Knight really does anything differently. It just does it really well. Alright. Man, we still got a lot of stuff to do, even though we've collected, like, most things. I haven't actually played that many Metroidvanias. I don't know exactly. Oh, he's dead? All right. Hold on, I will be right back, chat. Okay. I am back. And I don't know if I... Oh, I can't use my teleport here. I kind of want to, I kind of want to unlock God Home DLC. It's just somewhere in the sewers, right? How do you actually unlock it? Do you have to... I can't remember, like, the requirements. I see. I'm not sure if I want to do White Palace right now. Like, I kind of do, but... Wait, what? No, you didn't miss it. Why not? I want to go unlock Zote in the Colosseum. And I still have to do the... Wait, isn't the enhanced dung defender in the sewers chat as well? We're actually kind of close to him right now. Might be better to go from King Station, though. Yeah, I did enhance Soul Master. I might do White Palace tomorrow. I don't know if I want to do Path of Pain because I'm like kind of tired at the moment. Might save it for tomorrow instead. Is it better for controller or mouse and keyboard? Honestly, both are completely fine. In my opinion, yeah, they're both fine. Controller is probably easier, I think, but... Do I have max charm notches, by the way, chat? What is that, 10 or 11? 10. Oh, you get one from Grim. You already did this arena? Yeah, but I need to do it to unlock Zote, I believe.
Base tank percent.
Still 3 hits for this, I'm surprised. I mean, I'm using controller. Oops. Oh, that was weird. Oh, wait, did I just get hit twice? That guy's still at me. No way. I hate these frickin' aspids, dude. God dang it! You know, I always have a hard time actually using the nail arts. Oh, that one shot it. Ascending Dark is also, like, really good. You need Nail Master's Glory to use them. Yeah, that, like, speeds it up, right? The charging. It only takes one charge as well. Oh, I thought that would be enough. Does the dash slash do more damage? I'm actually not sure what the damage values of like the special attacks is. It's insane how fast you can attack with Quick Slash, though. Damn, 3,000 Geo. You killed him, he's fine.
Elio Mima.
112% the game before. Yeah, I have. Oh, I didn't know you could make it go longer. That's cool. Oh. God damn it. That one shot then? I think it does. It's honestly really good, actually. Okay, that wasn't very good. Let's get up. Viewers love me. Yeah, the audience loves me in this. Grub! Not grub. Go fast. Parried him. That was so fast. was a good cast. Triple. That was a tank. Blasted. Woohoo! All right, our final pale ore. Beautiful. Yeah, the third Coliseum is super long. I'm not gonna go do it yet. Oh, it actually automatically gives you the bench here. I never came down here. Interesting. Where's my teleport? I think it's at like King Station, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go down the sewers. So where do you use this key, chat? Oh wait. Where's the enhanced dung? I thought it was like in his arena you could drop down. he doesn't do 2 damage. Oh. Okay, you want to dash through that for sure. I haven't even staggered him yet. I dashed with it. Whoops. But we're in the dream anyways, right? Dude, that fucking Baka attack is a pain in the dick. Does he not stagger? I guess not. I think you want a descending dive on this guy a decent amount. I don't know. I'm so rusty at these fights. I guess I can dash through. But yeah, it's really good to... Really good to hit him with that spell. Woohoo! 4 more to go. My friends, I will protect our dear kingdom. Have faith in me. We will all meet again. I promise it. Thing is, I don't have fragile strength on, which would be kind of nice for doing this fight. Oh, God, I can barely tell where he is. So it's hard to get the distance right on that. Fucking Baka. Oh, I can't see! He's in the ground, you can hurt him with the Desolate Dive. Oh yeah, that sounds vaguely familiar. I think it's better to use the up scream though when he jumps anyways, no? Oh. I should just dash. God damn it. I wish I had Mark of Pride on. And the phase transition attack of the map. My king, I believe in you. I believe in Hollow Nest. My devotion will never falter. What, I'm actually at 1 HP? What the? Yeah, this would definitely be easier if I had, like, the final nail upgrade and then all... But we can definitely do it. I mean, it's not that bad. I know I have the nail upgrade, I just haven't done it. Like, I was on the way to do it. My king, Hollowness will be reborn, glorious and bright, just as it always was. The balls, man. The fucking balls. I saw it coming, but it's... Damn it. Wait, can you just like keep him, can you just like kill him in the ball form if you do it right? God damn it, dude, these... Maybe he'll go to the ball. Oh, the ball! The fucking poop ball, god damn it! God damn it! Frickin' poop man. Honestly, we could go put on different charms if we wanted to. I mean, we can do this though. It's not that bad. Oh, Jesus. Oh. I feel like Oh, that got me? Damn, dude. All right. What's the purpose for fighting Defender over and over? You get like a little Easter egg if you kill him 5 times, I believe. I'm just doing it for fun. Oh, I tried to dash. No, Baka! Fuck! Hold on, I'm changing my charms. I would put long nail on. Well, do overcharm. I would rather not. Shit is so fast. He does the Obaka. Oh god. Fucker. Battle rules, thank you for the 114 months. My king, we will all be together once more. You fucking Baka! God damn it, Baka! It's so fast! I was ready for your baka this time. Oh, that actually hit me. Woo. How funny that I see you in my dreams too, little one. Your noble bearing reminds me of our dear king. When he returns, I'll ask him if you can become a knight. What jolly adventures we will have. He's awake! Ah, you're awake and looking well rested. I was startled when I woke to find you curled up beside me. But of course, you're welcome to rest here whenever the world wearies you. As the king granted his kingdom to shelter to those who needed it, I offer my home. Stay as long as you like down here where it's cozy and warm and moist. Moist. My cave may seem a far cry from the finery of the palace, but even still the memories of my former comrades and our glorious king remain fresh in my mind. The Pale Court was a wondrous place full of the age's greatest heroes. Ah, looking at you now, I can easily imagine you standing amongst them. The Pale Court, that's the mod! Oh yeah, if we come back. Look, chat, he made a poop statue of me. Can you dream nail it? Oh wait, no, that's my dream gate. I'm stupid. It's just on top of it. Alright, where is the key? Is it in the bottom left there, where Flukmarm was? Yeah, we do need it. Alright, you know what? Let's go get the nail upgrade. Am I gonna bead soat 8 times? I will, yes. Is it 9 times? I don't remember. Oh, you've returned. I see you have some pale ore, a rare and fine metal that. Alright, yep. 3 pale ore and 4,000 geo. As you wish. I'll get to work then.
Garadel
It's done. The reforging is done. Your nail is much stronger than it used to be, as strong as it could ever be. In only your weapon have I seen such potential. Finally, I behold the majesty of a pure nail. To think this moment has come upon me so soon. I must step outside a moment. There's an achievement for killing him, but I'm not gonna get it. He doesn't deserve it. With a pure nail forged, my work in this lifetime comes to an end. My only remaining desire is to see and feel the nail strike true. I beg you, cut me down. As my final moment in life, I want to taste the blade's exquisite edge. For all this time, all this toil, haven't I earned it? I mean, he wants it, but... There's also an achievement for both. Oh, there's an achievement for both, really. Interesting. Oh yeah, you can find him later and he like, he's friends with the artist guy. Yeah, no, we're leaving him. He has friends, what do you mean? What, are they enemies, bro? They're fucking like painting together, man. No, they're friends. Oh wait, I don't have the compass. Oh, that's kind of annoying. They're going crazy. Wait, so where is the entrance to Godhome, chat? Is it... Is it above me? Where the I don't fucking where the fuck is this? Oh. Ha. What is that gate? Can I open that? I guess I don't think so. I think this is just the path to get, like, back up. Oh, actually, no. You can unlock, like, a shortcut here, though. I guess we could have gone this... You know, we could have gone this way and then just gotten the upgrade after. Well, whatever. It's not a big deal. There's an NPC there. Have I seen this before? Fuck, I don't know if I ever saw this. Glah glah, mother sends treasure, gather it up. Safe glah, little sisters, glah glah. Stronger glah glah, bigger mother. Glah glah, grow and grow nice and wet. Noisy, glah glah, scary, up, stay here. Ah. Can you actually do something here? Does putting on Fluke Marm give you different dialogue? I can't put it. Wait, why can't I put it here? Which one is Fluke Marm? Oh yeah, the Fluke Nest. Whoa la la. Mother, mother, glah, glah, glah. Little sisters grow, grow, grow. Glah, glah, mother, am I mother? Glah, glah. Okay. Dream nail now. All right. Well, that was you know what? We're doing the lore through, chat. It's okay. Mother Glagla. Very well said. And coins. Open up. The God Tuner. Device that resonates with beings of great power. Seek the gods of Hallownest, tune their power through their strength. Ascend. Ascend. So, do you have access to the training room from the beginning, by the way, chat? Or do you have to do like a... You have to do one of the pantheons first? Blasphemy, rank blasphemy, thou crawler, thou cringer, thou smallest of the small. By what right dost thou trespass here in this home of the gods? Shrivel away and be gone, be gone. This is the place where true pain exists, chat. Oh, do I? Oh, I have to kill Grim still. Oops. Hey, Counter Kitty. Oh, it's the Nail Masters. I think you have to do the Colosseums for these ones, right? Did I change my... Oh, wait. Hold on. We should change our charm setup for this. We should probably put on... I don't know. What should we use for this, actually? I don't know if Quick Slash is as important. Probably Shaman Stone. Maybe Grub Song and then Fragile Strength. Don't you one-shot him? Well, this is like a gauntlet. This is like a secret gauntlet that they added to this DLC, which I feel like a lot of people don't even know about this. Oh, trust me, Chad, it's worth it. Maybe quick focus would have been good, though. Jesus. They're sucking all my soul! God damn it. Gold? Oh wait, did we get it? I thought it was 100. Isn't it 100? No? Is it only 50? You need 57? Wait, what did I get? Did I got 59? I actually got it? Oh shit. Alright, chat. So yeah, if you do that... You? Oh yeah, Lifeblood is when they added like the boss to the hive, I think. August 2018. It's crazy that all this stuff is just like free updates. Oh yeah, this was the first update with the Dream Gate. Oh, and then they added the new Stag Station. All right, chat. I think I might call it a day here, though. I wanted to get, I just wanted to get Zote's stupid menu music. We still have a lot of the game to do. Tomorrow, chat, I think we'll do White Palace and like all the DLC stuff. And the Pantheons are definitely going to take us, at least Pantheon 5 is going to take us a little while. And we have to do all the Zotes still. And Path of Pain. And if we have time to so like if we have time after I finish Metal Gear Snake Eater or Delta MGS3 remake, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it might be fun to try like Steel Soul or something. I don't know, maybe we could go for like all achievements, because I never actually got the Steel Soul achievements before. It could be fun to do before Silksong if we have time, but we'll see. Apparently the Pale Court mod is also really good. So, okay, sorry. I want the comfy music for now. Can quit out if you think you're gonna die. Yeah, that's a little cheesy though, don't you think? But yeah, I guess you could do that. Yeah, I want to check out the Pale Court mod, so we'll try that out as well. That was comfy though. Well, don't worry, you'll be hearing more of it tomorrow. Anyways, thank you all for watching, guys. It's been super fun playing through Hollow Knight again. We got all of the best content in the game left, basically. We have, you know, True Ending, Grim Troop, God Home, well, we still have to do the third Coliseum as well. We have Path of Pain, White Palace, so. Yeah, next stream's gonna be a lot of fun. A lot of fun stuff to do. Yeah, I think we'll do more Hollow Knight tomorrow. I do want to do a little bit more Gladius and Night Rain. Not like a crazy amount, but I kind of want to play a little bit more Night Rain as well. Maybe in addition to Hollow Knight. We'll see though. No slop rain. Okay, dude.